microphone is on. Welcome everyone. I'm your host DrFox2000 and you are watching VolcanoX live stream. It's a Friday, April 28th of 2023 and we're all happy. Or are we? I hope everyone is happy and doing their things. Cranberry and deep and chocolate lava cake. Oh, now you're talking there, Don. You're talking. That is a wonderful, good idea. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board. Of course, the cranberries, that was my fault. I brought those into the picture as I'm instead of a Pepsi right now. I do have, well, I've got a Pepsi here too, but I do have a glass of wonderful cranberry raspberry juice by Ocean Spray, and it's good. It's good stuff, and now I'm hungry. Oh boy, yeah, that cranberry cheesecake, that was a bad idea, I think. Anyway, welcome everyone. Happy Friday. Hopefully you all had an excellent week so far. And we'll see what we can come up with here today. Don't have any exciting super duper news or anything like that. No really scary earthquakes all over the place. And no new massive eruptions anywhere, unfortunately. But Curly, the bunny, did come in and he ate a little bit and he was rolling around in the dirt in the dispenser house, which I thought was kind of funny. Little guy. Well, he ain't so little anymore. Anyway, oh, Dr. Fox, we have that brand. Must be able to find that. Yeah, you should be able to. Ocean Spray is very common here. There's quite a bit of that going on. Anyway, welcome to everyone. First person in today was Dan again. And Dan gets the cookies. So congratulations, Dan. And let's see who else we've got in here. We'll say hi to everyone in a second. And of course the volcano footage on the screen, we all know which one that is. We love our wonderful Siggy, and Siggy is a wonderful volcano, and I did have to, well, I dug around. I wanted to get a different file out and show it a slight different angle there, so hopefully that is okay, and you guys can enjoy it sprinkling and sparkling a little bit. Pretty awesome. I buy Loblaws, own, make, and cheaper and taste the same. Sue, it's made by Ocean Spray, just put in different bottles. Oh, it's got to be what it is. But you know, there is a big difference between some of those house brands and Ocean Spray, and I do taste some big differences. Yep, it's cheaper. I don't know why. President's choice? Well, I'm not into, we don't have a president here, so we can't have president's choice. It depends on what country you're in, I guess. And if it's the Prime Minister's choice, it's likely not for me. Anyway, let's stay out of the politics. Welcome to everyone. We'll start out with Don Arnold. Welcome. And Hermione and Fluffy is here. Sue is here. John Raper also on board. Let's see. Who else we got? Kevin Haynes. Welcome. We got Hermione. We got Don. I'm going up the list here. I'm Billy Bob Joe. Welcome. Good to have you on board. Henry Nelson is here as well. Christian is here. Who else we got? Joseph Fields, Texas. Hey, welcome. I'm back. Good to see you in here. That's the only moderator. We'll get to those guys in a second. We got Billy, we got Don Arnold. Who else? Who else is in here? Bill Kimmel. Welcome, Bill. Good to have you on back. And let's see. Who else we got? We got John, got Henry, got all those. Scrolling up here looking for more names. And not seeing others. And we got Sue already. Yeah, Connie Tyree is here. Welcome, Connie. Dan, of course, who got the cookies. Grandma B making her phone call to her grandson, who's turning 18 today. Happy birthday, Grandma B's grandson. And as I mentioned, they only turn 18 once, so always nice to give them that phone call and say, hey, happy birthday. And a new car, of course. I'm kidding about the new car. Welcome to Lizoid. I'm glad to have you in here. Philomena, welcome back. Who else we got in here? I think I am up all the way to the top. I think I got everyone else in here. So if I did not get you, we'll have to try to get you later. And welcome everyone. And if I didn't see your name, please do not be offended. I will have to see you in there somewhere. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, I don't see anyone else that's snuck in the bottom. I also want to say welcome to the moderators, of course. We have our wonderful Arizona Snowman and a Piggy and a C&D boy. And Joseph Fields, Texas is here in the chat. Welcome, Joseph. And Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, as well as Lucas Snow and maybe Mona Lisa Smiles. So that's our lineup there for our wonderful moderators. And they will hide out in the background, some of them will get in the chat. You know, it's all good. They're good people, so if you see them, please do respect them. That's awesome. And let's see, what else we got? I don't know, not much. CVET69, go Bruins. Bruins? Well, who are those? Are those the, hang on, let me guess. Those are the New York Bruins? Oh, hang on, oops. Hang on, maybe they're the Buffalo Bruins. No, oh, hang on, I still have it wrong. CVET, sorry. They're the Boston Bruins. Okay. Without Phil Esposito. UCLA Bruins. Oh boy, I didn't know they had the Bruins there too. That's all awesome. And yeah, I heard they were doing good, so all cool, CVET. Anyway, let's carry on here, and we'll see what we can find around the world with our wonderful volcanoes. By the way, Sue wanted to say thank you for sending me the link to that wonderful Kamchatka video. That was pretty awesome. Drone footage for this. It was just phenomenal. So Kamchatka Peninsula area. So I'm just going to call it Kamchatka. And whoop, why is that not typing? Kamchatka. And I will put the link in there for those people who haven't taken a look at it. I'm going to pin that link up there till the break anyway. And you guys can have a look at that one. It is an awesome video. It's fairly long though, so chat with you all again later. See ya, John. You take care. We'll see you later. And okay, where to start? Well, you know, Hawaii is getting more and more kind of weird. I have no idea what we're going to do with Hawaii. You know, I'm thinking that we may end up seeing something there fairly soon. We've had plenty of earthquakes, plenty of movement as such, and we are still seeing some what I think is kind of brownish smoke coming out of there rather than steam. So let's stop our canned lava, and we'll pause that. There we go. And we'll turn that off there. We are at Halemaumau crater in Hawaii. And yeah, so there's the crater itself. And as you can see, that smoke, it's not looking like the steam. You know, here on the edges we seem to have white steam, fairly light colored over here as well. But when you get into this, you start looking at it and going, okay, it looks dirty. There's something about it as not that clean steam we see sitting on the sides here. So what have we got going on? Definitely something infiltrating. Hey, Yvonne Kunkel, welcome. I almost forgot that you existed. How are you doing, Yvonne? And I'm sure you've been busy. The drone video was 18 minutes long. The other one I sent you was an hour long. Oh, the other one? Hang on. Which one did I watch? I watched that one. There's the... oh, I didn't get another one. I only got one, Sue. I only got the Kamchatka one. I don't know if that... Yeah, that's all I got. I don't know why. But the Kamchatka is the one that I did get. 8 days to Etna. Hey, excellent. And yes, glad that you're still alive, Yvonne. 8 days and you will be going to Etna. That is awesome. While you're there, Yvonne, can you do us a favor? Make it erupt. I know, that's asking a lot, but, you know, just a little favor. Make it erupt for us, just so we can see something. That would really be awesome. Anyway, looking at Halemaumau crater, like I say, our smoke coming out of there doesn't look normal. It's not steam. It's got other stuff in it. Likely a high concentrate of SO2 as well. And we'll maybe take a look at the map and see if there is an increase there. Hey, C&D Boy is here as well. Welcome, Bob. I'm glad to have you on board. So, yeah, interesting to see that. We do see quite a bit of smoke there in the West Lava Pond area. And, of course, from the old West vent. Right in there. And then this little guy here, I don't know what you want to call him, but he's the hot spot. Wow, he is a hot spot, but not the one that we look at on the thermal. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the other images. This was from earlier. Again, you can see the smoke definitely looks like it's got something in it. Hey, a Big Toe, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And of course, the dried up lava pond in the southeast, the central vent there. Pig Island, of course, still existing, doing its thing. And then too much lava or too much smoke in the way to see what's going on there. We can try refreshing it. This picture was from 841. This is now from 8. Hang on. No, that's the same picture. 814, sorry, not 841. That's it. Unfortunately, it doesn't want to get any fresher than that. This one, of course, is from 1210, and that is the B1 cam, as they call it, and it's still doing pretty good there. Nothing has sunk, nothing has changed. I'm refreshing that. 1310 is the new picture. Really not making any difference whatsoever, other than maybe a little less smoke in there. Quick peek at the thermal. This one was from 1206, so about an hour ago their time roughly, or 2 hours ago now, I guess. Yeah, there's the southeast lava pond, Pig Island in here, the the west lava pond, and then the west event in here, and our little hotspot down here, still existing. So, hey Claire, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. Anyway, that is what we've seen there. If we refresh that real quick, we're not going to see any difference. This from 1306, so yeah, it really doesn't look any different than what it did an hour ago. Wonky Donkey is also here. Welcome, Wonky Donkey. Anyway, let's leave Hawaii be for right now. We will have another look at the quakes and stuff in Hawaii when we run through our earthquakes. We'll make that one smaller. Let's get over to our wonderful Iceland and see what kind of a beautiful day they are having. And yeah, it is nice looking there. Blue skies and a sunset. Awesome. You gotta love that. That is looking very, very nice in Reykjavik, the capital city of Iceland, of course. And if we go back about, I don't know, let's pick 9 hours just for giggles and see what we've got happening there. There we go. So we do see a lot of fresh snow on the back mountains here. That's kind of interesting, but that is what we've got. Yes, Yvonne, it's 18 degrees here. Suntanning weather, Yvonne. Suntanning weather. It's warmer than Reykjavik, for sure. Anyway, beautiful to see that, and we do see the snow on the other ones as well there, but nothing right in town here. Most of that has melted off, so pretty cool. We'll put that guy back to alive, and we'll go over to the airport shot. Have a quick peek there. That is kind of the sunset finishing off. Looks pretty awesome. And there's your regional airport. If we go back about about 9.5 hours or something, take a quick look at that. And visibility off on the peninsula wasn't so great. You can barely see Kalir, but no problem seeing the airport and the almost snowless grass. There's a little bit right there, but I'm sure that'll melt within a day or so as things progress. So pretty awesome there. Let's see, what else we want to do here. Well, we'll put this back on live, and that really doesn't look too bad. I like that. It's pretty awesome. If we go back, how much of a sunset can we get? Just there's your sunset, and I'm going to take a snapshot of that just because it's a nice sunset. And there we go. And holy Batman, why is everybody bringing up the weather all of a sudden? Is there something going on that I don't know about? We have 2 meetups. Yeah. The other one that's close to you, Yvonne, is Barbara, a Dutch, Dinkel Storm Chaser Dutch Weather. Barbara's actually very close to you from the sounds of things. So probably about an hour drive or something, if that. Very interesting. Anyway, beautiful sunset there. And Reykjavik, of course, from the stuff. A heat wave. Yeah, well, we're hoping it's going to get warmer. And anyway, let's put that back on live. And we'll make that smaller. And we'll go over to the next one. And of course, this is the peninsula there, the Reykjanes Peninsula, and you can see the lights of Grindavik. The camera is not 100% in focus, so it's a little bit weird, but you can see the two radio towers over there. Those are the Navy radio towers. You can barely see, but you can see it. It's Ragnar sticking out back there. And of course we got somebody with some headlights there. And our steam geysers are doing their thing, as well as the power plant all lit up. The little lake in front of it. And if you look carefully, every once in a while you can see the lighthouse beacon going by. A very powerful light, of course. And let's see. Well, let's leave that be. Let's actually go back about 9 hours as well. And there we go. Should be right around there. Yeah, you couldn't see too well off in the distance, but you can see there is definitely snow on the peaks of the hills. Nothing down here in the forefront, which is probably really good. But yep, there it is. That is about 9 hours ago. We'll put that back to live. Get on to the next one, and we'll go over to this a wonderful shot. And yes, that is Katla, right in there. Look at that. Nice silhouette and a nice sunset. Really awesome. So let's back that up just a little bit. And that's about a half an hour ago. You can see it a little bit more, not silhouetted quite as much. They did have some cloud in earlier as well, so things weren't that great earlier, but that is a pretty nice looking shot. That is nice and clear and sharp, and like looking at that. So there you go. That is Katla, and that is very awesome. I'm taking screenshots here, so some of them are nice, nice looking clean shots and worthy of it. If we go back about 9 hours ago, though, it was a little bit more cloudy, as you can see there. But still, hey, the people were enjoying the stuff out in the forefront here. Obviously sunny, but over top of the volcano it is. Boy, oh boy, somebody can't spell. It's okay. No worries. There are a wonderful Yvonne. I make typos too, you know. Let's bubble wrap. Keep you safe. What? Wonky donkey? Why is you bubble wrapping him? Causes a fantastic Hermione, but a piggy, ouch, has spotted me. Spotted me, and she, what, has found, ouch, yep, you best run and hide there, wonky donkey. Can't write properly. Yeah, I can't write properly most days. That's all good, Yvonne. Anyway, beautiful view of Katla. Let's put that back on live. And it's a beautiful sunset and silhouette shot there as well. So very, very cool. Let's get over to our harmonic tremor charts and see what we've got going on there. I need to keep that one going, and we'll pop in here. We'll see what we've got. I'm going to refresh that. That wasn't refreshed too long ago, but we'll get the up-to-date stuff. There we go. And yeah, looking like exactly what I figured it was earlier. Definitely still on a downward trend with our very or extremely low frequency. And that, of course, is our indicating magmatic stuff, and then the green kind of the seismic. It came down and is kind of leveling out. And we are seeing our tremor activity head down as well, but seems to be a lot of it. So a very low rumbling, and I have no idea if we have any magma intrusions of any kind, but it is definitely got some characteristics of more activity down there. So very, very interesting to see that. Sliding up a little bit. No magma intrusions, thanks Yvonne. Looking at what we see at Askia, yep, our tectonic is basically flatlined. You can't get much flatter than that, can you? It's a pretty good solid flat line here. But we do see some spikes, so we do know there were some quakes there in the area. Interesting to see. Looks like a double here, and we're very early in the mornings. And then this one probably around 8 a.m. or something like that, 9 a.m. And we'll have to take a look. And then, of course, one just in the afternoon hours. Fairly close, but we do see the magmatic trend heading upward, and seismic went up and is leveled out here. So interesting to see. And let's go and take a look at some of the other charts. No worries, Yvonne. We'll be here when you get back. And let's take a look at Grimsey next and see what it's doing. And holy, it's on the way up. Way up. It went way down, and then it bottomed out. Then it had a quake, and then it started going back up. I wonder what the heck is going on. So, yep, nice to see it going, and it's all good. So that's what we've got happening at Grimsey. And Grimsey, of course, is the most northern point up there that is on land. So it's always nice to see a little bit of activity. It's an island by itself. Oop, and did I miss Grindavik? There's Grindavik. Grindavik almost the same as Fragedalfjall, and we do see a little less tectonic activity there than what we did at Fragedalfjall. So kind of makes a guy wonder. Let's take a look at the Krusevik chart real quick, see if it reflects some of that extra movement down there. Krusevik, where are you? Oh, I passed you. And Krusevik is not showing the extra movement either. It's kind of followed the same suit as both the ones from Fragedalfjall as well as Grindavik as far as seismic and magmatic, but we see the tectonic here is a lot less and going downward in comparison to Fragedalfjall. If we go back up to that one real quick, just to kind of look at it and see the differences. It's interesting, and I'm wondering if we do have something going on there. You see how much extra blue we've got in here, so something is happening underneath, and always fascinating to see that. Anyway, let's see what we can do to get over to our earthquakes, and we'll get started with those anyway. There is our earthquake map, and of course it indicates 73 earthquakes in the last 24 hours, and looks like they're all over the place. So remember yesterday we had just nothing in between here, and now we have ample. So let's start out with what we got down here. Don't know how far we can get, but anyway, out here in the water we are seeing quite a few. Let's start with this 1.8 up top here, 0.6 of a kilometer down, 1:15 a.m. for him. Then we've got a 1.96, 64 meters down. Whoa, 1:10 a.m. This one from 1421, a 1.4, 11.4 kilometers down for that. The 0.99, 11 kilometers down, a 1:52 a.m. 336, or sorry, 326. We had a 1 in magnitude, 8.1 kilometers down. The bigger one out there, 2.15, 11.3 kilometers down, 1:15 was the time. My bad, holy mackerel, I can't speak today. Brain's not working. 3:26 a.m., 1.45 in magnitude, 12.599 kilometers down, or 12.6 if you want to round it out. So that's way out in the water. There's Eltley Island, and this is definitely over on the North American plate side. And down here at the end of the peninsula, of course, the lighthouse is here, and I think, is that the lighthouse? No, the lighthouse is, where is it? Is that the lighthouse? I thought the lighthouse is here somewhere. Oh, there's the lighthouse. I went out too far. So, yeah, these aren't too far away from the lighthouse. And that is what we've got. So let's take a look at these. 0.58, 5.5 kilometers down, 4:28 a.m. 1.29, 5.5 clicks down from 4:51. Next one is from 4:39, 0.95, 4.9 kilometers down for him. So that is what we've got there. And of course, there's that little lake for the or lagoon, if you want to call it that, for the power plant. There's the power plant. We were seeing the other steam geysers over here. So that is kind of what we got. Let's move over a little bit. There's the Keflavik International Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Yarvik. And if we go over here, that's the Blue Lagoon and the power plant. And sliding back down, there you can see the two radio towers we looked at earlier. And there's Grindavik. And here's the two quakes, little quakes. 1.11, 35 meters down. Yeah, that's pretty close to the surface, but likely nobody felt that. Anyway, 11:51 was the time on that guy. The other one is a 0.96, 94 millimeters down, 94 meters. 12:02 was the time on that. Hopefully they're not digging a big hole there or something. Quick look at this is the outline for our Fragata Fjeld area, of course. And there's where Ragnar is, and that is our Siggy Fisher. And it is a time for the break, isn't it? I don't see the chat moving, so maybe if somebody types something real quick, I can see what the clock actually says. They don't have to type much. Yep, it is a time for Pepsi. All right, we'll come back after the break, start in this area around Krusavik, and we will go from there. So, all good for those good people and that are here. If you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it if you are enjoying the show. Also, if you have not yet subscribed and you're sitting on the outside peeking in, please do consider subscribing and feel free to join the chat. We do have our wonderful moderators in there, so it's all good, and it's a decent, clean chat, and we don't need to worry. And on that note, I'm going to throw some music on. Hope everyone paid attention to the secret volcano today. I know it's an easy one, but it's a tough one. Anyway, I'll be back. Don't go away. we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And Henry's got pizza. What did you order, Henry? You're making us hungry. I am gonna have to throw a pizza in the oven after the show. Then that's it. You done me in. Sausage pizza. Okay. Well, that'll be okay, I guess. We'll go for it. Anyway, let's stop our wonderful lava here. And we will head back over to the earthquake map for Iceland. And we will see what we got. That's a pretty sneaky there with the Z's in there. Pizza. Awesome, Yvonne. Anyway, we started here. We had a look. We didn't see anything at Fjall, but we're going to have a look now at what's happening around Krusevik. 0.82, 5.2 clicks down, and 1209 for that guy. 1203 for this 0.44, 5.6 kilometers down for him. The next one over a 0.84, 4.5 kilometers down. A 441 is the time on that one. A 0.31, 5.1 kilometers down, just about 5.2 at 8:39 a.m. and a 0.92, 7 kilometers down from 12:18. So all kind of fairly deep and in the right place for magma. Let's see. This a 1 in magnitude, 7.8 kilometers down, came in at 16:24. And then we've got kind of two little swarms here. 1.1, 3.9 kilometers down, 1758. The next one is a 0.45 and 99 meters down. 11:22 was the time on that. 1742 for this 0.6, 3.8 kilometers down. Next one is a 0.5, 3.5 clicks down at 1752 as well. This one is from 1802, a 0.8, 2.7 kilometers down. Next, we've got a 0.59, 3.8 kilometers down, 1224 is the time on that. A 0.68, and that is 3.8 kilometers down, 1136. A 0.5 from 3.2 kilometers down, 1356. From 1247, we've got a 0.14, very small, 3.6 kilometers down for that guy. Let's keep going here. We'll get these other ones out in the middle of nowhere. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but if you look at the line, you can see where the fault actually is. So they are along the fault, telling you it's probably tectonic movement. Anyway, 0.86, 7.9 kilometers down, 957 for that guy. The 0.4 here is 2.7 kilometers down from 1828. Another 0.4 there, 4.1 kilometers down, 1956. Where did I get the 12 from? The 1529, we had a 0.4, 5.2 kilometers down. Getting a little closer to Hekla. And we do see this one here. Yeah, Hekla right there. 1434, a 0.78, and 94 meters down. And that's just about inside Hekla. Makes you wonder. And 2:31 a.m. we had a 0.22, 5.5 kilometers down. Next is a 1 and a 1.01. 3.2 clicks down, and that is 1241. And next is a 0.7, 1.8 kilometers down from 1652, and a 0.55, 1.2 kilometers down from 1544. And then we go down here to Katla, and this one is from 1527. That's a 1.3, 4.1 kilometers down for him. The 1.5 here is a 4.8 clicks down, 551. The 0.8, 1.1 kilometers down from 2136. And then we've got a 1.22 and 96 meters down. That could likely be ice movement. 1256 was the time on that one. Then we've got a 0.9, 5 kilometers down, 1816. And the one from 7:33 a.m. 0.4, 19.4 kilometers down, very deep. So very interesting. Let's grab this one up here. Hofjokl, and that is from 447, 1.54, and that's 8.9 kilometers down. Let's take a look at what we've got here around Grimsvatn, and that is a 0.17 kilometers down, 1753, and we got a couple stacked up here, 0.8, 1.1 kilometer down, and 8:15 is when that happened. 1.65, 4.6 kilometers down, same time, 8:15 a.m. So interesting to see those. And did we get that 0.1? Yeah, we got that. Going up here to Bardarbunga, we see a 0.8, 2.7 kilometers down, 2:37. Next one is from 2:17 a.m. 3.8 kilometers down. Then we've got a 0.26, 2.6 clicks down, 10:22, and a 0.46, 2.3 clicks down from 2:24. There we go. Get the words working. And there we go over to Askja. And Askja has a bunch. Let's do the one in the lake first. Underneath the lake, of course, 0.05, 5.4 kilometers down, and that is from 1343. Next is this one, 0.38, 2.6 clicks down, 1438 was the time on it. 0.54, 2.8 kilometers down, 1446 for him. 0.04, 5.2 kilometers down, 1405. 0.3, 5.2 clicks down, 1724. Next is this 0.1, right at midnight, 5 kilometers down. And then we've got these two down here, 1.48, 3.9 kilometers down, and that was at 7:12. 0.2, 5.2 clicks down, 3:45 a.m. Yeah, it's interesting to see a little bit more action there. Getting up a little towards Herdebreit, we see this one from 1946, 6.1 kilometer down. This one just about straight south here. 1441, 0.6, 5.2 kilometers down. 0.2, 10.6 clicks down, 1705. And that one is a 0.3, 11.3 kilometers down, 1857. Actually, there's another one hiding under it. It's another 0.3, 1705 for the other 0.3, 5.2 clicks down as well. A 0.4, and that is 10.8 kilometers down, 1048. 1848. My bad. I'm doing bad with times today. 3:12 a.m. 1.9, 5 kilometers down. Going up to the next one here, we see a 1.5, 2.9 kilometers down, and that is from 2115. And two more to go. We see a fresh 0.9, 2246, and 12.6 kilometers down. That's the latest earthquake there. And of course, there's our little island of Grimsey. And we will go over here and just take a look at those two little quakes. And 1.5, 4.4 kilometers down, 5:09 a.m. for him. The other one also 5:09 a.m. And that is 1.12, 3.3 kilometers down. So two separate quakes. That is it for our quakes in Iceland today. Very cool, very interesting, but nothing that is going to make me think we're going to have an eruption right away. So, at least not in my view. And I don't know, unless Yvonne Kunkel has got something planned over there with the lava workers. She's not telling us, maybe. What? Where are you going? Looking for warm weathers. Let's see, 70 degrees. China Grove. That is a warm. Oh, come on, Yvonne, no crying. You're going to go to the other place. You're going to go to your favorite one, Etna. Oh, anyway, let's carry on with our stream here. We'll head over to the Azores real quick. And, of course, we are on the island of São Jorge there, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese. And I want to get on the right screen. There we go. We do see the wonderful little village there, and the harbor that's all lit up. And that's one of several on the island, of course. And you can see the lights of the island, Pico Island lights. Unfortunately, we can't see Pico Volcano, but it does have a pretty neat appearance when you see it during the daytime. It's right there. And of course, the other shot we're going to go to is the Cove, and that's what that would look like normally. So during the daytime. But these are not from today's shots, so let's put that back on. Actually, let's leave it there. Let's go to that one real quick. We know it's not very rough ocean today. I did check earlier. Very little white water splashing up, so a calm sea for them, which is good. Next, we want to take a look at our volcano map, or sorry, earthquake map for São Jorge. And we do see one quake there today, and it is a 1.6, 8:04 a.m. their time, or UTC, which works for both. But that is very close to the harbor area, very small though, and nothing super outrageous. I don't think it's going to pop. If we go to the other map here, I'm going to refresh that one and see if there were any others. I only see the one quake listed there, so that is the same one. Of course, we'll make that map slightly bigger. And there you can see the island of São Jorge, and you can see right where that earthquake, I should say, was. Is that actually even on the island? It's right beside the soccer pitch. It's on the shore, underneath the shore. Oh boy, and that is interesting. So very cool. And the harbor is over here, so that's what we were seeing. Anyway, let's zoom back out a little bit so you can see the other islands. Of course, that's Pico Island here, Fayal Island, and the what the heck is it? Terceira Island there. And if we go over San Miguel over on this side. Anyway, zoom out a little bit more and see what we've got as far as the rest of the world, just so you can kind of see where you're at here. And of course, there it is in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. There's Portugal and Spain and France, England, Ireland over here, and of course Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, where Sue is waving at us frantically out the window, saying, "Hey, I see you over here." And Iceland, of course, being up here. And there's your Reykjanes Ridge down to about here. It's technically, well, I call it the mid-Atlantic, regardless. So that's kind of where it goes to and continues on. And of course, that is our East Azores fault. And that is kind of what we got for over there. So let's carry on. We will go to our next volcano of sorts and interests, and I just want to do something here for a second. Oh yeah, the ice cream boat is in. Okay, never mind. We'll get to the ice cream boat later. Let's go see what is puffing at Popocatépetl, and we'll go from there. So, okay, I have to change my phone. Thanks for another great stream. Okay, Yvonne, no problem. You have a good night, and take care, and enjoy yourself, and don't be a stranger. Pop in a little bit more often. Anyway, let's get over, and yeah, that's a Fuego. We'll look at Fuego in a minute or two. There's Popocatépetl, of course, and it's doing its thing. It did have some more blasty activity as what we seen earlier. I'm just backing that up a little bit at 1740, and you can see the plume against, very heavy, dark, ash-laden a cloud coming out of there. So maybe not quite as dark as before, but definitely still holding a lot of ash material, tephra of sorts. So very cool. Cookster Littlefield, I didn't say hi to you. Welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. OneFish26 as well. And thank you for the 5-minute warning. That's all cool. And let's see if we can find a few more of these plumes, which won't be hard. If we go back just 35 more minutes, you see another fairly large, massive plume coming out of there. So Popocatépetl did take a little bit of a breather, but it is going again. And even if we go back just a little bit at a time here, 1608, again, very heavy smoke and stuff coming out. And it's been chugging along pretty good all day here, so I'm just trying to find a spot where it wasn't. We did have to contend with clouds earlier in the day, so it was a little harder to kind of monitor and see what it was doing. This is at 10:45. Again, very, very dark grayish ash plume coming out of there, so gives you pretty good stuff. Claire Shipman saying good night all. Good night, Claire. Take care, and thanks for popping in and doing your thing. All awesome. Going back a little bit more, let's see. Yeah, we've seen multitudes of Popocatépetl doing its thing. So they're at 9:43 a.m. Again, a fairly significant amount of off-gassing and other tephra material being thrown out. 8:02, there's another shot. And let's see if we can get to our morning one here. There was a pretty nice one in earlier this morning. Let's see if we can get close to it. Should be somewhere right around here, 3:36 or so. Yeah, there it is. And again, very gray, dark gray, heavy ash-laden type ejecta coming out of there, as well as a lot of gassy material that is lit up here. So definitely doing its thing, continuing to work away. And let's see, do we get a golden moment? Sort of. That is 6:11 a.m. when the sunshine first hit, and that is pretty awesome. And let's leave that guy be. That is Popocatépetl. Going to put it back onto live, and that is about 70 kilometers to the southeast, if you will, of Mexico City. Next one, of course, Fuego. We already seen that wonderful volcano gray a few minutes ago, and here's what it is doing earlier. And I'm trying to find spots where it's actually doing something. If it wasn't in the all that hazy cloud, they seem to have a lot of hazy cloud down there in the last few days. Very, very hard to see the volcanoes. So obviously higher humidities and things like that for their summertime season are coming. Let's see if we can find a few puffs coming out of it earlier this morning, 7:33. You can see just a little bit. It really, I don't think it's been that active today. It's been a lot quieter. There you go. Again, this is 6:07 a.m. So really nothing super fantastic to talk about there for Fuego, which is in Guatemala. And we'll leave that back to live, and we'll go to our next one. This was yesterday's shot. I wanted to renew it, and we'll see if it looks okay. And there it is. Ooh, nice shot. We are looking at Messiah volcano at the caldera, and you can actually see down into the very deep, steep caldera, and you can see the arc of lava for that lava pond that's on the bottom of it. It is awesome, very awesome. And thank you, Henry. It is a Pepsi time. Just wanted to show these real quick. These, of course, are ones from down in Chile. And if we go make those a little bit bigger, you can see they've got their little time lapses playing. This is, of course, Alaska, and that is what we were seeing there. Really no major action, very little bit of puffing coming off of it. This one is Laguna del Maule. Anyway, that's what we have there. Doesn't look like it's erupting anywhere in there. And of course the one for Villarrica, I'm not even going to bother because you can see what it's doing. So let me put it back here and skip that ad, make that smaller. Actually, I need to make the other one smaller as well. And we'll put you back on the canned lava. And I want to say, hey, it is our first hour in, so we will have bacon seeds after the break, and that'll be awesome. And then we will guess our secret volcano. And for those people who don't know, that volcano loves you. Can you see the heart? I hope you can see that heart. The volcano loves you. Anyway, I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Hit that like button, you guys, if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you're sitting on the outsides looking in, please consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I see Johnny Gonzalez just got here. Welcome, Johnny. And thank you for the welcome backs from Hermione and Fluffy and Sue and Kevin. And that's all good. Hey, where'd our Sharon Stewart go? She's not here yet. It must be grocery night or something. Or maybe she's got a dinner date. Who knows? Maybe her hubby is taking her out. Anyway, all good. And thanks, Johnny. It is time for bacon seeds, you guys. So we will go do those. And let's park our wonderful lava. I like this can of lava. This is actually nice footage. Of course, that was from the 18th of August last year. And it is pretty cool. Thanks, OneFish26. And let's see, what else we got? Yeah, let's go bacon seeds. Well, I do bacon seeds first. And there, of course, hey, that almost looks like that snout bopper. Anyway, let's get at things here. Of course, our wonderful Piggy sent us some new ones. There she is. She's typing away. And let's see, here's the first one that she sent us. And I think we might have seen this one way back when. But, you know, I don't mind looking at 6 piggies in a basket. And they're all looking up going, save us, we're crammed in here, we're like sardines. And it's a nice little bed. So awesome to see them. Next bacon seed is this one. Oh boy. Well, here's your jar of butterflies and bacon. Bacon butterflies. I wonder if he can fly. That is cute. You gotta love it. That poor guy must have got crammed in there. But he's smiling, so he's obviously enjoying it. It's pretty cool. And let's get to our next one. Can't be that comfortable. I don't think, you know, anyone who gets shoved in a jar probably isn't all that comfortable. But he isn't looking like he's stressed. He's looking like he's smiling. I think he knows it's for a photo and he wants to get his photo shot. And anyway, here's our next one. That one is definitely not looking like it's starving. And wonderful looking bacon seed with a little, is that a bell around his neck? I am not sure, but that is awesome. Kathy, welcome and aloha. Anyway, pretty cool to see that one. Let's take a look at our next bacon seed. And that is another one with something around the neck. But that is a really little guy. And he's smiling. He likes having, yeah, being a ham, I guess. Yeah, get it? Never mind. Bad humor. Pig humor. Being a ham. Teensy seed. Yep, they are little ones. Next one is this guy, and will you look at that face? What a smile. He's looking at you, at least with one good eye staring right into the camera lens. That is awesome. And always gotta like those. Those are cool. Really a nice bacon seeds. Next one is this one, and oh, he really doesn't like what I just said. Anyway, that is pretty awesome. A little fella being coddled and sticking out his tongue. I don't know if he's doing that on purpose or what, but that's cute. Definitely. And let's get to our next bacon seed. And that is this one. Oh, I'm being coddled too. And it looks like sleeping. Not the best focus on that picture, but hey, it's all right. We'll carry on. We've got more. Let's try this guy. And I think somebody needs a hogwash. Take a look at his snout and his paws. Those are supposed to be pink, not brown. Same with his snout. He's been into something, but he's smirking about it. Yep, definitely needs a hogwash, the little guy. And that is awesome. Love seeing that. Really, really cool. And one more bacon seed to go for today. And here comes the last bacon seed. And there's, oh, hang on. Sorry, that's not the last one. There's one more. This little piggy went, wee! Yeah. Dehan Experience, a good evening. And welcome on board. Yep, and that little guy is enjoying his little swing ride there. That is pretty cool. All right, now we're going to get on to our last bacon seed, and that is this one. And that one is smirking too, and kind of in a flashy place. And I don't know, maybe he's liking it. That is awesome. So thank you, Piggy, for sending in those wonderful bacon seeds. They are awesome today, and really I do enjoy looking at them, and really a good job. So thank you, Piggy. So she does a great job at sending. She tries to get fresh ones all the time, you know, and sometimes we get older ones, but that is okay. If we haven't seen them for a while, it doesn't hurt to look at them once in a while again. And I know after we're over 3,000, okay, so for that to not have duplicates is pretty much impossible. So that's what we got. And anyway, let's get over to our next volcano that we want to look at. And of course, that is Merapi. And will Merapi make us kind of happy? And I think it will. It looks like right now we've got some activity happening there. And we should be able to see some material being thrown out here. But it is 7:16 a.m. there, so likely not going to be able to see that much, but it does look like it's raised up a little bit of a plume here from some material heading down the hill. Hard to tell, but that's what we've got there. Let's back this up a little bit, and I just want to get to about here, kind of the part in the clouds, and just see. Yeah, still the cloud kind of hanging over top of it makes it really tough to see anything. Getting back into the nighttime, that's at 6:38. This is about 5:10 a.m. and it looked better, but not anything super spectacular. If we go back a little bit further, they did have it in black and white for a while. They did also have it in color, which we will get back to. There's some good flows here, and we'll get to about here. This one, I think 429, 430, and there we go. Oh, the darn mystery volcano. I forgot about that again. Thanks for reminding me there, Mr. Kevin Haynes. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of bacon come out. Let's just let that bacon come down the hill here for a second, and then we will go do the mystery volcano. I keep forgetting about that, and thanks Henry as well, and Sue. I will do that. We will figure it out. Actually, I can pause this. We'll watch the lava. We'll come back to it. Mystery volcano. That lava started as well. Let's pause that. Okay. All right. And we'll get rid of the archived footage. There, you definitely see the heart there. I'm sure everyone can see the heart. And I figured it's a Friday, I'm going to make it easy. You'll be able to tell me which volcano that is. No, that's not Ragnar, Johnny. Sorry. Definitely not Ragnar. I thought this was easy. This is a very famous picture. Boy, oh boy. Come on, you guys. This is easy. It's not Ragnar. It's not Bob either. Sorry. Hints. Oh boy, it's not Etna. I thought this was going to be easy, you guys. It's not Flo. No, sorry, Lizoid. Oh boy. Oh boy. I have to give hints, huh? Oh. Oh boy. Okay, I will give you a decent hint. Well, okay. Kevin Haynes actually has it sort of right. It is the part of the volcano of Kilauea, but the vent they actually call Pu'u'o'o. If I said it right, Pu'u'o'o, and that is a part of Kilauea. So that is it, and yeah, and it is our wonderful Kevin Haynes that is got it. So Kevin got it. I will give Kevin the cookies. Kevin, you done it. It is Hawaii, and that is pretty awesome. And Pu'u'o'o is part of Kilauea. And you gotta love that heart. That just sends it right to your heart, doesn't it? Heart of lava. Hot stuff. May it start again soon. And you know, we are hoping, because there is all kinds of quake activity and you know, things people are saying that we may see something go on there. Anyway, let's leave that alone. There's your mystery volcano today. That wasn't that hard, was it? What? That is love that burns. Yeah, just a burning love. I really think that's neat. I totally Googled it. Okay, awesome. And yeah, that photo you'd be able to see in Google. I think tomorrow's is going to be a whole bunch tougher again. Yeah. Okay, evil laugh, right? Let's leave that be. Let's go back to the other lava flow, and we'll start that one up again. Hearth volcano lava. Yeah. Anyway, this 4:29 a.m. There in Merapi, and that's of course in central Java, and you can see that lovely lava or bacon flowing down the hill, and it is pretty cool. Heartburn. Yeah. Yeah, it'll give you heartburn, all right. If you consume that lava, I guarantee heartburn. Amongst other things, lungs and everything else be burning too. Anyway, that looked pretty awesome. 4:29 a.m. Watching the bacon bits come down the hill, and it did that a bunch of times prior to that as well. If we go back just a little ways here, this is 4:19. We did have a little flow out of there, and it did it a bunch of different times. Let me get to a bigger one here. This one is from 3:47. A little harder to see, but it definitely did flow out quite heavily. So we know Merapi is keeping us happy. Lots of material coming back up and out of there. So awesome to see that. And yeah, it traveled quite a ways down, and some of the lava bombs, you can see them just rolling along here. Pretty cool to see that. Every once in a while you can see one that's flying up when it hits some of the other ones here, and kind of goes airborne. And again, here you can see how it splatters. So that canyon, of course, being filled up, this effusive lava, effusive basically meaning it will roll out and it will cool off fairly quickly. So what happens is it fills up that canyon, and then the rest of the material will end up just going over top of it every time it erupts. Hence the reason for it fanning out so much. So that is pretty awesome. It did this a bunch of times earlier. Let's see if I can hit another one here. Right about here. We'll give this one a shot. And there's one at 1:55 a.m. that I was really liking. It was a very heavy outflow. We'll get to that one in a minute. And just watch this one here. Pretty awesome to see. Again, it looks like, you know, basically a huge blob of lava being ejected out of the thing all in one shot, and going down the wonderful hill there. So very, very awesome to see that. And it is always nice to have it doing its thing. So let's see if we can get to the other one here at 1:55 is what I had written down. Let's see if we can get to it. Oh, and that's a 2:06. No, let's try right about here. 1:55 there, right at the start of it. And this one was a little bit bigger as far as output and the lava flow. And I really thought it was kind of nice to be able to see that. And you'll actually see, if we let that go for a little bit, you'll actually see it develops its own phoenix cloud, you know, with the off-gassing and stuff. But you'll just watch it here for a second, or well, it'll be a minute or so. A lot of material gushing out that time, and it did raise up a very intense cloud in front of it. So pretty cool to be able to see that. So no shortage of bacon that we're seeing there. Burnin', burnin', love, Pu'u our family over there said it was thrown in a G up brooms, the size of VW vans. Wow, throwing up brooms, huh? Or plumes maybe. Yeah. I can imagine that it was pretty awesome to be able to see that lava flowing. Some of them are really awesome when we see them. Anyway, this was pretty awesome to be able to see that, and that lava kept on coming out for quite some time there. It didn't really stop. And as you can see, it is getting down, you know, down here. Somewhere around here is about 1 kilometer, if not a little bit further here. But so these flows going well over 1/2 kilometer down the hill, if not just a tad bit further. Pretty awesome to see that, and they actually did a fairly nice job on it. I'm just looking at the clock here, just about break time, so that's all good. Yeah, I like it. And here comes another burst of that wonderful lava. And this is what I was kind of referring to when I checked it earlier there. It's almost like pulsing with wonderful lava. And you can, of course, see the chart down on the bottom right-hand side there, showing the activity, the seismic. And there's where that plume of smoke starts to form. I think on this one is when we start to lose the visibility fairly quickly. But this one was a lot more lava. When it started pushing down, you can definitely tell more material this time around. So nice to see that. And then you can see the plume building up on this side here already, as far as the ash cloud, and that material is moving down the hill fairly quickly. They do have it set at, I think, about 1 frame per second as well. In color mode, though, still a pretty good shot, and being able to see that. Thanks, Sue, for that 2-minute warning. Appreciate that. And it is a kind of a break time, so we'll just kind of let that finish a little bit, and then we will go take a break. So for those good people who are here, if you're enjoying the show and you haven't yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That would be awesome, and certainly help us out. Always looking to grow the channel. And there you can see that ash cloud, very heavy and very dense, just about covering up the glow of the caldera up top. So pretty cool to see that. And as you can see, that lava got down quite a ways here in this last go because of the volume. So pretty nice, and literally that would be like a pyroclastic flow is what you'd call that, and that is pretty neat. Anyway, I'm gonna leave that there. We will put that back on live, and I think that is about it. If you needed to look at that, that was started at 1:55 a.m. There from their time. Okay, going to put that back on live. When we come back, we'll take a look at, not Merapi, that was Merapi. We'll take a look at Ruapehu and New Zealand, and then after that we'll pop back over and have a look at Semeru. So don't go away, guys. Keep smiling, hit that like button, and put you back on the lava. And that, of course, is Siggy Fisher from the 14th of August last year. And on that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling. Here comes some music. And the microphone is back on. Darn it, I got something in my eye. Oh wait, that's my finger. I'll get it out of there. Alright, glass is back on. And welcome back everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you, OneFish26. I appreciate that. And thank you, Thor, as well, who just popped in. My old bones talked me into taking a load to Stockholm. Oh, wow. Your bones seem to be very active. Anyway, let's park our wonderful lava, and we'll carry on with our other good stuff that we want to look at. So let's get over to, I guess what's next? We wanted to look at Mount Ruapehu. Thank you, Sue, for the welcome back. And it keeps you busy and not sitting at home aching. Yeah, it's nice that you can get back at some stuff there. Anyway, we wanted to look at Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. If we go back a little bit, we can see it without too much cloud in the way. That's about an hour ago. And we can definitely see still has a dusting of icing sugar, aka snow up top there, as well as the glacial spots that have not ever melted. So looking pretty awesome. And that was at 11:42. I'm not sure if that clock is right, but that looks okay. And earlier in the morning, of course, they had kind of gloomy weather, I think, as far as clouds. Not the greatest, so it was hard to tell if that was accurate. That's why I was kind of wondering. Sunrise, not that spectacular. No golden colors in there. Darn it. But that is okay. And there's that fireball. Definitely see it there. And nice a halo around it. Isn't that neat? Wow. Okay, let's leave that one be. I'm going to put him back on live. And we will put that back to a small. Get over to our next one. I did refresh this chart just a minute ago. So we'll take a look. This is Taupo, the data for Taupo area, and we can see that we did have a little bit of shakiness, but it's gone down. So very little activity there, I think, and nothing to be concerned about. So pretty awesome. Thank you, Sue. I made that a photo myself. The other map, of course, is the one that is to the north a little bit more, or the other chart, I should say, not map, where they do show that one quake in there, but just a small one. I'm not sure. It doesn't show up on this one, so very small if it did. We'll leave that be. Let's have a quick peek and look at what it looks like there at our wonderful Taupo. And of course the lake is the caldera for Taupo, and the center is out there somewhere in the middle of the lake. And of course this beautiful shot that we see here is a courtesy of the Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center. You can just see the edges of Ruapehu there. It's actually behind this hill, and way in the background some cloud in the way for when we're looking at it from this angle. So that is it. And no flea market happening. We'll have to wait till tomorrow for that. They did drop off a bunch more of that what do they call it, astroturf there. They've got a bunch laying here and over there, so they may be doing something there. We'll have to see if they've got fleas for sale tomorrow. And yeah, let's carry on and go to our next volcano, and that will be this one that's buffering. How come that's buffering? Don't buffer. I'm not going to refresh it because I know what's going to end up happening. It'll disappear on us and we won't ever see it again. This one, of course, is not a bad shot. Let's see if it'll show. It may not show for us. 720, come on, do something. They may have shut off their stream. Darn it, I hope they didn't do that. Yeah, I think they've shut down. And we don't get to see anything. Darn it. Oh, hang on, maybe we will. There we go. That is going back the entire 12 hours. We are going to see something after all. This is right before it started to rain there. Actually, you can't see it raining on the small screen down on the bottom. But if we undo this, you can see it a little bit better. Looks pretty awesome, and I did like that. If we move ahead though, it got cloudy and it rained for a while, and then they had zoomed back out, and it was very hard to see anything. If we go ahead a little bit, there we go. You can see the moonlight, and that'll be helping us in the next little while here. And of course thunderstorms are moving through. Kind of a weird looking with these clouds in the way. But let's see if we can move forward a little bit more. And somewhere right around here, just as it starts peeking out of the clouds again, actually some bits of bacon coming out. Well, at least looked like they were flowing a bit. There were a couple good spots here I wanted to see, but it really wasn't anything super heavy coming out of this one tonight, or during their night. So I'm moving ahead a little bit more. Again, they zoomed back out, and because they couldn't see, and there you go. You can kind of see a couple little spots there, but nothing really major. And let's see, they did zoom back in here after a while, so I want to get to that point. And this was a kind of a neat shot here. That's kind of a weird glow, isn't it? From I don't know, it's not from the volcano, I think, and that is from the sun coming up. And I thought that was kind of neat. That's at 5:29 a.m. And let's see if we did see some more lava coming down though. No, just the puffs really, and that is what we've got there. And you can see it is puffing out the material. That one was quite heavy and going up fairly well, but only small bursts, unfortunately, not anything continuous or nothing that's going to make us want to write home about it. So that is what we got there. Let's see. Yeah, nothing really more to throw in there for that one. So I think we will leave that alone. And that is our wonderful Semeru in East Java in Indonesia. And yeah, it's active, but really not doing that much today, unfortunately. Not super active. So it is what it is, and we can't always have them all erupt. And that is the present view right now at 7:20 a.m. or was at 7:20 a.m. I'm sure that stream had stopped, because yeah, I was going to say it's going to start buffering, and there it goes. Where's Kim Raudenbush? He's the buffering guy. Anyway, I'll leave that be, and I will make that smaller again, and we will go over to our next place of interest, and let's see if we can spot something over in Italy. And I don't think we will be able to, but we'll have a quick look there. That is a Stromboli, and Stromboli isn't doing a heck of a lot. Stromboli is looking pretty normal, if you ask me. Yeah, I did that. So yeah, not much we can do there. Let's flip this over. I'm going to go to Sicily real quick, and we'll take a look at Mount Etna. And there we go, back about 12 hours just to get a peek at it. At least we can have a look. And we do still see a lot of snow on there, so I hope Yvonne brings snowshoes. We'll see what happens in the next 7 days. She goes in 8 days. She'll be there giving tours at Etna, so that'll be awesome. Anyway, that's kind of what we're seeing there. If we move ahead a little bit in time, we do see we've got some off-gassing happening from that top vent, possibly the southeast vent as well in the background here. Very hard to tell from this shot, of course, with the extra cloud in there and stuff like that. So hard to judge. And we'll put that back onto live, I think, and we'll move that actually ahead here, see what the sunset was like. Not really anything spectacular. Somewhere thereabouts. Yeah, you can actually see it a little bit better up top there. It is definitely off-gassing. So that's it for this wonderful volcano. Let's move on to our next one. So I'm going to make that smaller again. We will go over to Japan. And I already see we don't have an ice cream boat. Darn it. Speaking of Japan, do we want to go there first, or do we want to go look at this one? Everybody knows where this is, and that is, it's time for it to go. So that is Yellowstone National Park. We'll get back to the Japanese volcanoes in a minute. And Yellowstone, of course, has over 500 active geysers, and you can go to this Yellowstone site if the bot will bring it up. And there it is, and there's the link. This, of course, is embedded video, and it also has a bunch of different still shot cameras on that site, as well as a lot of the other goodness of maps and naming of what's what and where everything is located. So pretty detailed maps, actually. That'll help you out if you want to have a look at what's going on there. And I don't know if this thing's going to pop or not. It looks it's supposed to. It's a time. Yesterday it kind of did the same thing to us, where it waited, and we weren't exactly 100% on cue. So let's go back to Japan. We'll see what's happening in Japan. If this one pops, I'll check on it in a little while. All right, off to Japan we go. And we'll make that screen bigger. The ice cream boat is not in right now, and we have fairly hard visibility over there, not being able to see the top of Sakurajima. We'll go to the next shot. This is what it looks like there right now in their closer up view, and the top of the volcano is definitely not showing up. If we go back a few hours, this is about 3 hours back, same kind of a view, and going right into the wee hours there. This is just about 5 a.m., same kind of thing. So didn't see a heck of a lot there until we get back to, I don't know, somewhere around 8 hours ago almost. There at 2 a.m. You can definitely see the glow of lava within the caldera. So we know that it is cooking. We're just not knowing what it is cooking because we don't see it coming out. We got to be able to see it, so that cloud needs to move, and we want to see an eruption. And that, of course, is at 2:04 a.m., so you can definitely tell there is indeed a lava in there cooking away. Even back at 20 minutes after 12, you can see that glow. So very, very cool. Let's put that one back on live. The close-up shot, unfortunately, doesn't look very good unless you go back a bunch of hours. And even then, it doesn't really look all that great. I want to see if we can get to about 12 noon there. A little back a little bit more, or 12 midnight. Yeah, this, I don't think it's the greatest of shots. You can see the glow on here, but it's really not that great. Had some cloudy material in there. Thank you, Sue Hayes, for that 5-minute warning. Anyway, we'll put that one back on live. That is the current crater cam close-up shot of Sakurajima. Not doing us any favors. Let's go to our next one. This, of course, is Suwanoshijima on its own island further south in the islands of Japan, and we can see that the weather wasn't very good. Couldn't see it. So when you got that kind of weather, it's tough to make any kind of reports on it. Even when we go back into the nighttime, hard to tell what's happening. 4:50 a.m. and couldn't see a darn thing. I checked earlier too, and I couldn't find any spots there where it was doing anything erupting or anything nice. This, of course, is with the moonlight helping it at 23:42. So the moon did lighten it up a little bit, but still unable to tell because of that low-level cloud sitting in. And we'll put that back to live, and that is what it looks like right now. We'll make that one smaller, go back to this next shot. There you can see that rain at Aso. Aso-san has got lots of rain today, and it's unfortunate that we can't see it. And I don't think we were able to see it, well, maybe just a bit this morning. There we go. We can see it. I lied. I didn't go back far enough earlier. There you can see some of that heavy off-gassing. Of course, the caldera there acts like a big bowl. Any of that rain that drops ends up into the bottom of the caldera. It's basically an acidic lake in there, and of course you don't want to go bathing in it, and you don't want to breathe that air that's coming out of there either. It is very high in SO2 levels, as well as possibly other nasty gases that we don't know about in there. And prior to that, it was dark, so we couldn't see a heck of a lot, but it was doing its thing, so it all night long. Anyway, let's put that one back on live, and that is the present condition there. And we will go and make that one smaller. Next one is our Asama. Asama, you can definitely tell, is throwing off some gases, and it was doing its thing earlier as well. This is about an hour and a half ago. Pardon me. There we go. With that cloud in the background, really hard to tell, but I'm just trying to find a spot where we can see it better. This is about 4.5 hours ago. Hard to tell what is happening there. The wind's not blowing the right direction. And this, of course, going back into the nighttime, 3:13 a.m. You can see very little coming out, so not a heck of a lot going on, and hopefully it will be better for something in the future, but that is what's going on there right now. So obviously throwing some gases out and doing its thing. Let's make that one smaller again. Next one we want to look at is a report on Nashimoshima. Nashimoshima is another one of the Pacific Island volcanoes that belong to them. I see you sneaking in, having snuck in 2 hours earlier to hit the thumbs up. Well, I didn't see you sneak in at all, mister. Anyway, here's that wonderful photo, and yeah, that is pretty awesome. We do see some heavier ash coming out of this end, but definitely a lot of interesting fluffy clouds are coming out of our Nashimoshima. And this is actually from April 14th, this photo. So pretty cool. Let's see, do they have anything else? There it is. This is from yesterday, or 2 days ago, a Sentinel-2 satellite image. You can see how that plume is heading out. And dirty water. Something else is going on there as well. So there it is, and that is Nashimoshima, and that was from, this one is from the 26th of April, from a Sentinel-2's satellite photo. Copernicus Sentinel-2, and I'm not sure where that is. It doesn't say. Very bright eruption and red lava visible in daylight. Yep, that's what it is, but no idea where that is. That might be Stromboli. Don't know. Nice photos. Sometimes they have some really cool ones. That almost looks like La Palma. La Restinga is what they call that. Southeast rift zone. Okay, cool. And where's this one supposed to be? I don't know where it is. It doesn't have a name on it. A liquid spatter is ejecting several meters above the crater rim in the south pit when the large gas bubbles burst at the surface of the lava lake. That's what the caption reads. So pretty nice. I like that. A shower of hot magma, lava. Anyway, back to Nashimoshima in Japan. It's doing its thing, so we will leave that one be. Actually, let's go back, and the ice cream boat is now in. You guys are more than welcome to run down and get an ice cream. We know it's there. It just docked, and it is time for me to take another break. I just want to take a quick peek and see if Yellowstone is spewing yet, and no, it isn't. Darn it. Alright, I'm going to put you back on the canned lava. Now I know where that is. It was your live stream. That's why we couldn't see it. Oh. Okay. You couldn't see it, huh? Alright, cool. Somebody said Vanuatu? Okay, that is possible, Silversmith. Anyway, could that be Urta Ale? I don't think it was Urta Ale, Sue. It might be Vanuatu. Well, it might be Yasur is the one that it could have been. So let's take a look, though. There is your ice cream there, and Yellowstone is not erupting, so I'm going to put you back on the canned lava. I'm going to take that break. Don't go away, you guys, and get some music on there for you. And hopefully, uh-oh, there we go. I was going to say, what happened? It stalled. Here's the music. Keep smiling. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Like Kim Raudenbush did his 2 hours ago, he said, so that's pretty awesome. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue Hayes. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Thor. Appreciate that. Oh, cool. Okay, I was just trying to bring up a fresh picture of Shivelish, but that doesn't seem to be happening. So we will leave that be. I'm not sure why it's not responding. I guess they may have reset those cameras. Anyway, let's go do our wonderful volcano report before we forget that. And that way we'll make sure we get it. Anyway, only 3 from last night on the list for activity. So for a Thursday night's activity, Fuego in Guatemala, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters, reported at 1,900 last night. Shivelish there in Kamchatka Peninsula. Am I missing something? No, I did that other report. Shivelish in Kamchatka Peninsula, Russia. Volcanic ash to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, reported at 2,100. And Suwanoshijima at erupted to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 22:15, and we couldn't get back that far enough or see it. So that is all okay. And then we've got 6 volcanoes on our list for today's activity. So we'll run through those real quick. And the Reventador in Ecuador. You can rent your door there with vents there in Ecuador. You'll need it too. It's very humid. And anyway, new volcanic ash emission to 16,000 feet. And that is at 4,900 meters. I came in at 1:15 a.m. And no volcanic ash emissions reported at 12:45. Sabancaya continuous ash emissions to 26,000 feet or 7,900 meters reported at 1:45 a.m. Intermittent pulses of volcanic ash to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters reported at 8 a.m. And moving on, Popocatépetl in central Mexico, frequent emissions to 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters reported at 5:55 a.m. Next one is volcanic ash emissions continued there. Same height, 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters at 11:45. And and there, Fuego, Guatemala, near summit activity only, reported at 6:30 this morning. Yeah, it's not that good. Volcanic ash emissions observed to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters, reported at 1,400. And it says Nishinoshima. Nishinoshima is, we already did that report. We got that from 8:44 a.m. And Shivelish in Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia, volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 13:45. And I really wanted to get a shot of that, but apparently it is not. Their website is down or something. I have no idea. Can't bring up those 3 shots. Anyway, that is our volcano report, and thank you very much, Sue Hayes, for sending that in to me. That is awesome, and of course showing exactly what it is, a little less activity. I like that video. That's nice video on the screen. Oh, anyway, let's see. What shall we do next? I guess we can take a look at the shakers. We'll see if we can stop that lava in midair. There we go. Oh, look at those bacon bits just flying. They've been caught. Wow, they're just suspended now. Suspended bacon bits. I gotta love it. I'm glad I've got that power. I'm still mad at you for changing software. Uh-oh. Okay. Anyway, let's get at it with the shakers and see. We do have some activity down here we want to talk about a little bit, and we'll get to that in a little while. But we'll start out here in the Kamchatka Peninsula. We do see a quake there, and that is a 4.6 at 22:24. Yesterday, 57.8 kilometers down for that guy. And that is right where it is there. So very interesting, but nothing major to worry about, I guess. Zooming over, Tanaga Island here still has some little quakes going on, so not counting that guy out yet. Aniakchak right in here, only a couple of little quakes in the area, nothing really major to speak of. 1.1 being the bigger one of the three, so that is what we've got there. Next one over, of course, we look at the Trident volcano. It has a few extra shakers today. That is all good. This, of course, is what is it? Katmai, if I said it right, something like that. Anyway, yeah, Katmai volcano over there, and these are three separate mountains, and they are all shaking a little bit, so that is what we got. But the important one in here is right in the middle, and that is a Trident volcano. Hopefully we'll see that pop, and let's see if we zoom out and slide down the coast a bit. See what comes up next. Most of everything was fairly small, not going to worry about those. We do see this one here, 4.5, and that is, what do they call it? Jillian, Revelia, Gigado, I have no idea how to pronounce that, never mind. Anyway, it is on the Cocos plate, just by a little bit, and we see that is likely some push from the Pacific plate that caused that guy. Moving down a little bit more, this might be Guatemala. It is a 4.4, and that came in at 2:39 a.m., 67.9 kilometers down for that one. And let's go and take a look at this one, 4.2, El Salvador, 41.4 kilometers down, and it came in at 5:20 this morning, and not that deep and not that big, so hopefully they'll all be okay. We don't see anything in Ecuador or Peru or Chile, and nothing new on the ridge, and nothing new out here in South Sandwich Islands. Moving over to New Zealand, we see the larger ones there, but nothing new. The old stuff from the Kermadec Ridge area here, Kermadec Islands, and then we see this mess, and this, of course, was happening yesterday. We got a 6 in here from yesterday at 21:13. 592 miles or kilometers down, a 6.6, 2113 as well, 598.5 kilometers down, and then there were some smaller ones, 4.8 from 102 this morning, 585 clicks down, another 5.5 there from 2151 yesterday, 571 clicks down. This one here is another 5.5, and what is it? 2134, 578 clicks down. This 4.5 here, 2257 yesterday, 590 kilometers down, and a 4.8 from 826 this morning, 608.8 kilometers down. Moving a little further over to the other region here of Fiji, we see a 4.6 from 1335, 542 kilometers down for him. Next one is a 4.2 here in the Fiji area again, and 4:37 a.m. for him from 561 kilometers down. Northern end of Vanuatu, we see a 4.6, 9:07 was the time on that, 138.3 kilometers down. Moving over a little bit more, next ones are in Indonesia. Let's grab this one here first, a 4.4 from 1815, 74.8 kilometers down. Then we've got a 4.4 there at Tual, and that is from 1232, 10 kilometers down. And then we got two here, a 5.5 from 1212, 10 kilometers down. The other one is a 5.7 from 3:19 a.m. and that is the same area, Tual, and that's good for there. Then looking at this one, this is a 4.9 from 1438, 124.5 kilometers down for that. Nothing on Java. We do have one besides Sumatra up in the northern end here, and that is close to Sinabung, 4.9 from 1446, 10 kilometers down. Sinabung is right in here apparently, so this other quake was fairly close to it. There's a Sinabung for those who haven't seen that before. There, you can jump right into the caldera if you like. Looks pretty mean. That looks big. Lots of flow, and lots of people living down at the bottom of it. Not good. Little towns there and here. I guess they will have to live with it if it pops. Anyway, let's zoom back out and carry on. We do see one up here. Is that Nicobar Islands or thereabouts? That region anyway. 4.8. Sabang. 1407 was the time on that one, from 13.2 kilometers down. And let's go over here into the Philippines. We see another quake there, 5.2 at 10 a.m., 108.4 kilometers down. Moving up a little bit more, looking at Japan, we've got a couple. Izu Island region, 2318 yesterday, 58.3 kilometers down. And what do they call it? Near Wada. Wada. I want Wada. It's in the Wada. 1204. 55.8 kilometers down for that, 4.4 in the Wada. And then this one, 4.3, and that is 1:45 a.m., 64.0 kilometers down. We got this guy in Kamchatka already of that 4.6 when we started out. Let's go over here. We do see this one in the mid-Indian Ridge, and that is a 5.0, 2154 yesterday, 10 kilometers down for him. We don't see anything up here in Tajikistan or Turkey, not Turkey, I mean Afghanistan, Pakistan, that area, nothing there. We do have this one here in Turkey, and that is a 4.1, and that is from 2315, 10 kilometers down for that guy. And we don't see any other ones on there. So Let's go over and take a look at our quakes in Hawaii, though, because that is of interest, and we want to see what is going on. So, yeah, first off, not too many stragglers. We do see one over here, 1.7 from 1:10 a.m., 37.4 kilometers down. Let's take a look at the Pahala area first. And of course, those are all between 26 and 37 kilometers down. And we won't mention depths unless it's something really strange. Low high looks active. Yeah, possibly. Anyway, 1.8 from 1334 there. And this one is 2.3 from 1222. And that one is a 2.3 from 1223. This one is a 2.4 from 1523. 23 must be a popular number. 1.8 from 2153. No, 2156. Kidding. 1.8 from 949. And then right beside him, he has a friend for 2.0, 8:30 this morning. Good night, wonky donkey, and get some rest. And we'll see you tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow the stream starts early, you guys. 2.2 from 10:59 or 10:52. How about that? That works better. Let me type this in. Volcano X there, just so everybody gets the times. And then we've got one right here in Pahala itself, and that's another 2.0 from 1355. So those are the ones there. Let's grab these other ones here. 1.8 721 for that guy. Then we see this 2.0 1642. And this 1.9 at 7:17 a.m. And that one is a little odd because it's only 8 kilometers below sea level. Other than that, we will move on over to the Kilauea ones. And this is where things get a little more interesting. I see this little quake, don't want to miss them, a 0.8, 3:02 a.m., 3.4 kilometers below the surface, and then or below sea level, I should say. We'll start with this 0.7 out here, 1557, 6 kilometers down. Then a 2.1 from yesterday at 2042, 400 meters below sea level. This one is a 0.4, 9 a.m., 1.8 clicks down. Next is this 0.6 from 1558, 7.4 kilometers down. I'm going to zoom in a little bit because there's a lot of them close together there. Very small though, 0.2, 6:35 a.m., 1.5 kilometers below. And this one is a 0.4, 1718, 1.5 kilometers below sea level. This one is a 0.2, 900 meters below sea level, 7 a.m. for that. 1.2, 1610, 4.6 clicks down. 0.4, 6:50 a.m., 1.1 kilometer down. And this one is a 2.0, 1.4 kilometers down from 6:28 a.m. This one is a 0.3, 7:01 a.m., 1.6 kilometers down. Let's carry on with, yeah, we'll cover all these here. There we go. 1.8, and that came in at 2:18. I will take a break as soon as we're done these Hawaiian quakes. So no worries. Thank you, Sue. 2:18 and 2.3 kilometers below sea level. Then we've got this guy, 1.7 at 10:12. And that was 1.3 clicks down. This one is a 0.4, 1607, 1.4 clicks down. Another 0.4 is from 650, 1.5 kilometers down. and then we'll get that guy 1.1, 1555. That one's deeper, 12.8 kilometers below sea level. The one right under the caldera, 1.9 kilometers down, and that is at 1031. Sorry, no, it's a 1.9. It's a 1.3 kilometers down below sea level at 1031. There we go. Got it straightened out in my head. A 0.2, 6:23 a.m., 300 meters below sea level. And the last one here, 2.0 from 1540, 1.9 kilometers down below sea level. And that is it for our quakes. And we got that one earlier. Don't need to go over it again. So a lot of little quakes there, and I'm hoping that's indicating some magmatic movement of some sort. We need an eruption. We definitely need an eruption. Anyway, you guys, I'm going to throw this back on the canned lava. So please enjoy that while I go take a break. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching VolcanoX live stream. And of course, we've got a canned lava on the screen, but hey, it is what it is. And we got to do what we got to do. I do like that canned lava, though. It's nice and crisp and sharp and hot. Thank you for the welcome back, Sue Hayes. Did everyone else leave? Almost. I only see 22 people left in the chat, so people are leaving, falling asleep. Thank you, Thor, for the welcome back there as well. Let's stop our lovely lava, and we'll pause it there, and we will go over. One fish says, I'm still here. Okay, one fish, thank you. That is awesome. Let's go over to our wonderful, not the Azores, how about the European Hawaiian Islands? Anyway, we do see a couple quakes up top here. I thought that was kind of interesting. It happened on the 26th. I was wondering why that was never reported. That's 2 days ago. That was a 3.5, and that is 1 kilometer down. Interesting. And then we had this one here, that is a 3.2, and that happened yesterday at 20:03, 65 kilometers down for that guy. And the other one, of course, up here was today at 8:07 a.m. UTC, and that is 29 kilometers down for 2.6. So that's what we've got there. Let's zoom in a little bit into the Canary Islands and just take a look. We did have a quake over there from today at 22 minutes after midnight, and that was a 2.4. It was 4 kilometers down, fairly shallow. We are still seeing a few in between Tenerife and Gran Canaria, and also on the eastern side of Gran Canaria. Also, I see bigger quakes there on our wonderful La Palma, and I see we missed 3 yesterday, 1.4 from 5:09 yesterday, and then a 1.8 from 11:02, and then the bigger one here, 2.3, and that was from 14:39. And then today's quake, right in the water actually, and that came in at what the heck time was it? 3:18 a.m. So a few little quakes, and nothing that I'm going to worry about, though. Just curious what this flashing one is here. A 0.3, really small, very recent, about half an hour ago, and at 15 minutes after midnight for the 29th. So that's it for our earthquakes for today. I'm going to put it back on this map actually, and we don't see anything big and red popped out, and we do have lots of activity here in the California region, though. And of course, the more little quakes you see, the better it is. That is safer. If you don't see the small ones, you got trouble. This is kind of interesting up here, 3.4 near Princeton, and that is, I wonder, that's pretty big actually, from 5.4 kilometers down. 11:19 is when that happened. The other one was a 2.3 from 11:24, likely an aftershock. 8.9 kilometers down for him. These other diamond things, this is of course the copper mine here, copper/gold. So they're likely doing some blasting and getting some more ore pulled out of there. Copper being a very lucrative commodity right now. Anyway, let's leave that, and Stockholm -1. Oh, brr, that is not good. Anyway, let's go over to our SO2 map. and we'll go refresh that and see what we've got happening. Are you going to Stockholm, Thor? Is that where you're intending to go? Anyway, looking at what we've got, it looks pretty clear from my weather. It says 12 degrees right now. This is the SO2 map, and yeah, you can definitely bring that up on your own. Looking at the Kamchatka Peninsula area, first off, kind of this, I do believe this is just a concentration of what was left over from the Kamchatka stuff that came back twirling around and getting them back. So it's back in Russia, back in the USSR. I'm surprised that that didn't come up there. There it goes. Yes, one load to deliver a Sunday evening. Ah, okay. Yeah, well, it's kind of the way it is there. Anyway, we do see a little bit of pluming in this area, but it's hard to tell with all the other residual stuff from previously. So likely a little bit coming out of Shivelish, and then of course as well from some of the other ones. That one is Klyushevskoy, and Klyushevskoy is let's see if it's actually doing anything. If we hit play, yeah, it doesn't show us all that much, but it was supposed to be off gassing, and well, I get rid of that. Anyway, that is kind of in the Kamchatka area. We do see still elevated levels here into Alaska as well, and down into the Pacific. I did want to mention we wanted to take a look at Hawaii and the Big Island. We definitely are seeing an increased SO2 level there. So something is awry with Kilauea. Anyway, looking at the rest of what we've got in Canada, portions of the Yukon and Northwest Territories looking good. Looks like British Columbia, Alberta, and parts of Saskatchewan are good. We still see that plume into Manitoba and up in the Nunavut up in the north. So we want none of it. And it looks like Northern Ontario still fairly high levels. Around the Great Lakes, we are seeing the diminishing levels, which is really nice. And it looks like it's starting to clear up and get back to normal in southern and eastern portions of Canada, and then the northeastern parts of the U.S. Actually, looks like places like New York and those areas are actually getting very clear already, including well, Chicago is still in the muck, but over here in Detroit and those areas a little bit better breathing. Same thing with out here in Nova Scotia for Sioux, but still heavier levels in New Brunswick, and of course out here in Newfoundland and Labrador. Sliding down a little bit more, we do see Popocatépetl still putting out quite a bit there, as well as Mexico City. I'm not sure what this secondary plume is from, if that is just the way the circulation was taking it. Going down, you can see Central America pretty normal, and not so much from Nevado del Ruz and Sangay, likely responsible for a lot of that plume. This one would be partially from Sabancaya, as well as, of course, the industrial stuff in the area. So that is it for South America and North America. Going over real quick to New Zealand, we see very little from White Isle Volcano. Might be raining in that area again. We see some heavy circulation, so you never know. Not too bad from the refineries near Melbourne. Coking plants are still doing their thing in north of Sydney, and this would be Tofua doing its thing, still there, no problem. And of course Yasur, as well as Gawa and Eoba doing their things. Pretty normal in Papua New Guinea. Luotolok still doing its thing, getting blown to, I guess, well, all over the place. It looks like they may have a system just coming in there, so it's heading that way. Looks like the stuff from Semeru is going to the south rather than the north like the other ones. And this would be from Merapi, and then of course Jakarta and Krakatau doing that area there. Very little to speak of from Marapi and Kerinci, but we do see Sinabung as a little elevated level there. Ibu and Dakono still doing their thing, and then of course Mayon and Bulasan a lot less. Taal still there, and Manila doing its thing. And yeah, China still throwing out a lot of SO2. It's getting into South Korea as well there. And we see Taiwan fairly heavy as well. Not so much coming from Suwanoshijima, but definitely noticeable yet. And as we zoom in here, we can see that area would be affected by Sakurajima. And if we go up a little bit more and look in this area, it's hard to tell what's actually coming from ASO, but we do see a little bit of SO2 there. Sliding up a little bit more, again, hard to tell with all that stuff coming across there, but this area is definitely increased, and that's from Asamasan. And Tokyo, of course, doing its thing, throwing out a lot of stuff. We already covered the Kamchatka Peninsula, and that is, like I said, likely residual air currents keeping that stuff there. India, pretty normal for this time of the year. And down here in South Africa, the gold smelting plants, not so bad from the DR Congo area. Urta Ale, definitely visible with a little bit of SO2 there. And then we see the oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran doing their thing. And what is this? What is this? A higher level of SO2 coming out of Mount Etna. At least that's where I think it's coming from. And we don't know how much is coming from Stromboli or Volcano, but that looks like it's coming from Etna. Is that a good sign? If Etna erupts, maybe Yvonne ordered that. She has got to go there in 8 days. And looking at the other areas here, not bad in Spain, France, and Germany. Even not too bad there in Holland or the other places, Luxembourg and Belgium. England looks pretty good, with the exception of looking at the top end of Scotland is getting a little higher levels. Denmark isn't too bad. The further north you are, the worse it gets. And yeah, Stockholm. Thor, make sure you got your mask on. And when you're going up there, it is pretty nasty, high SO2 levels. And when we look up there, we can see that residual stuff still swirling around. Iceland definitely covered in a lot of SO2 as well. And that, of course, is the stuff from the Kamchatka Shivalish eruption. So that is what we're seeing. Hopefully that'll calm down a little bit. And let's get over to our next one, and that is our actual weather map. We have a few minutes here, so we might as well get into it. And looking at what we've got there. Tom, welcome Tom Dice, good to see you. Pretty warmish there in Alaska. We see up to 10 degrees in some places. Pretty nice. The coastal areas, of course, so 3 or 4 degrees, depending on where you are. We still see that low sitting off the coast here, and we got another low sitting on the along the Aleutian Islands. So likely some more rain happening. Looks like a high parked itself up in northern British Columbia, just off the edge of the Alaskan Panhandle. British Columbia definitely warming up. They have got some nice looking temperatures. 16, 17 there in Vancouver right now. Out here in Abbotsford, 25 degrees. Wow, that is awesome. And about 20 degrees or so for Bob out there in Vancouver Island. And it's no wonder he's enjoying his outdoor stuff today. And let's see, we've got about 15 right now in Edmonton, 18 in Calgary, and Kananaska's country is sweating up a storm at 14 right now as well. So that is pretty awesome. Moving over though a little bit more, Winnipeg only 7 degrees, Judy M about 7, there might be an 8 in there somewhere. Grandma B, and welcome back, and hi everyone. I've been doing a FaceTime with my grandson, 18th birthday today, so congratulations and a happy birthday to your grandson. He graduates next month, has a budding pool maintenance business, and will be going to college in the fall. That is awesome. And let's see, we have circulations here still moving northward though. That circulation low, and of course that is in over the Hudson's Bay there. I had to think about that. I know, tough times. 11 there in Sudbury, and we've got 7 or 8 in Toronto, about 9 in London, and down in Detroit 10 degrees. Tom's place, he's got about 8 degrees there, Tom, and Henry's got about 9 or 10 up in his area. Looks like they've got some warmer temperatures happening. Montreal 11 degrees, Quebec City about 10 right now. Looks like the highs there for New Brunswick were about 10 as well. The other areas anywhere from about 4 to 10. So 7 degrees in Halifax for Sue. Sue would be about 6 or 7 as well at Cole Harbour. Not bad. And the Cabot Patch kids are going to be freezing. It's a -1, -2 there on the Cabot Trail. And looking at what we see here in Newfoundland, yep, about 1 or 2 degrees. And Avalon Peninsula up to 2 degrees there as well. Looks like it's a slightly cooler in Labrador than it is in Quebec now, which is okay. And do we have time to do the United States? Maybe not. I'm going to wait for after the break. It does look nice there, though. It looks like Portland, wow, 28 degrees in Portland. Eugene, 25. Sacramento, 28. And that is pretty awesome. So obviously Sharon Stewart, you've got some good temperatures there for about 22 degrees or so, if I'm not mistaken. Bakersfield 31 degrees, holy macaroni. And Los Angeles is 14. Las Vegas is about 29, 30, and Death Valley would be about whoa. I see a 40 in there as well. Yep, Death Valley is going to get cooking. So anyway, we'll come back after the break and we'll catch the rest of the stuff. Thank you, Sue, for bringing that up. And I am going to go for a break now, though. Death Valley, 38 degrees, 100 Fahrenheit. There you go. That is pretty awesome. We'll come back and check out from Mexicali onward, and we'll see what the temperatures are, and then we'll keep going. Back to the canned lava, and I will get you some music back on there. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please do give it a quick bop. That would really be awesome. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sioux and Cananaskis country, and watch White resume fell asleep. It happens, Kathy. It happens. We all do. Except for me during the stream. I can't. I wish I could sometimes, but I can't. Anyway, let's park our lovely lava for the time being. And we are going to just pause it. There it is. And we'll see what we can do. Pause. There. Right there. Look at that lava just being thrown out. That is awesome. Okay, I'm back to our weather map, and we'll continue with the temperatures. So 40 is the highest temperature we've seen so far, and that was up here in Death Valley area. And now it's only going to show 39, but a pretty cooking there. But that's what we had on the screen there, 39. Where's that 40? Maybe it's cooling down now, since the sun is starting to go down. Anyway, down in Mexicali, we had 35 degrees for those guys. Moving over, looking at Phoenix, 32 degrees, and that is pretty awesome and warm. And about 28 in Tucson. Going up to Albuquerque, New Mexico, we see 14 there, a lot cooler. And I was looking at Colorado. It's not that warm either. Colorado Springs is 6 or 7 degrees, 11 in Denver, and looks like the western side here is a little bit warmer, up to about 15 degrees. Not bad. Going down into Texas, Corpus Christi at 24. We do see that cold and warm cutoff here, so likely some stormy stuff going on there. San Antonio 20, Houston 23, Austin coming in at 17, Dallas at 15. So they're on the cold side of that map. 10 in Oklahoma City, Little Rock, Arkansas, and the warmer stuff still at 16, but it looks like disturbed air there. Likely going to storm that in that area as well. 23 in New Orleans. Let's go take a quick look at Miami. 26 down there, 23 in Orlando, Jacksonville 24, and Atlanta kind of in the mixed zone, 19 degrees there. Moving up to Charlotte, North Carolina, also 19. Looks like Fayetteville is a little bit warmer there, 20. But Raleigh, where Grandma B is 17, so a nice comfortable temperature for the evening. 15 there in Virginia Beach. Moving up, looking at Philadelphia, they've got colder temps there at 10, 8 in New York, and we see about 9 in Boston. But you know, you go over a little bit, you see 12s and stuff along the other area here, 13 in some places, a little bit further north, but yep, lots of messed up stuff here, so likely a storm system forming there. This, of course, being a nasty low. They do that, and looks like it's converging here in Missouri as well. So we'll take a look at the rest of it and on the precipitation in a bit. Sliding down, looking at places like Mazatlan, 23 degrees. We do see some high temps up in here, 34, 35s along the border as well. Mexico City coming in at about 20 to about 22 degrees. Just going to zoom in here and look at some of these silly temperatures as well. 37 is the highest I see so far. No 40s, so Death Valley is definitely the high temp for today so far. Moving over a little bit more, looking at some of those temperatures on the Yucatan area there of the peninsula, getting up there. Cancun, 27 degrees right now. Did I miss Acapulco? I did. Acapulco 27. That's not bad. Nice weather there. We do see everything kind of converging right there. 31 degrees Celsius, 32 in some spots, and Guatemala. So pretty awesome temps. They are definitely warming up in Central America and South America. Here we see we've got some interesting circulations, but only about 29 degrees there in Colombia for the high temps. Looks like it's cooled off a little bit there in Venezuela, and they are probably happy about that. And anywhere from about 24 to about 27 there in most of Colombia. Coastal areas are starting to warm up a little bit more. It looks like they're 27, 28, and what is it? Guayaquil, if I said it right, 28 there in Ecuador, and pretty normal temperatures in Peru. Bolivia still holding some good temps as well, anywhere from 23 to about 26 for the most part there in the lower lands. Of course, elevated lands going to be colder. Looking at Paraguay, anywhere from about 17 up to about 24 degrees right now. The rest of Brazil not doing too bad. The Amazon basin, of course, warming up a little bit more, holding some temperature there, 28 to about 26 degrees, depending on where you are. Rio de Janeiro only making it to 21 right now, and 16 in Sao Paulo. Looks like Argentina warmed up just a little bit. And let's take a look at 20 degrees there in Buenos Aires. Paysandú coming in at about 18, so a little bit on the cooler side. That is okay. And we do see that mix here. There's a nasty low there. Likely some stormy activity in that portion of Argentina. Sliding over to New Zealand real quick, having a look at Christchurch coming in at about 18 degrees. That's a lot warmer than what they had yesterday. That includes most of the eastern side of the country here, or the South Island. West side still a little bit on the cold side, but hey, it is what it is. This huge low sitting here, bringing down the warmer air, helping to warm things up. Wellington about 16 right now. Hastings coming in about 15, and looks like Taupo about 14 or 15 degrees as well there. Bay of Plenty, not that warm, 17, 18 degrees. Auckland coming in at about 18 right now, and looks like the high temp for on the peninsula about 19 degrees. There's a massive low. That's that low that is finally moving down. It's growing. That's going to be a big storm stuff. And we can see another low there and a cutoff. And that is likely going to create some storms too. And let's see, Hobart coming in at only about 13 degrees, 14, depending on where you hold the hamster. And that looks like pretty much around the coastal areas of the island. For Tasmania, that's what they got. It looks like 5 or 6 up on the highlands. Leo's Place, about 14 degrees right now. And that is what we've got there. Not that warm. 13 in Adelaide. Moving over. Sydney coming in at 19. Looks like they've got a little sitting off of their coast as well. Going up to Brisbane, still at 23 degrees. Very nice. Why isn't my chat say it disconnected and reconnected? Is the stream buffering or no? My bit rates aren't moving that far, so I don't know why it would have disconnected. Is it still working? Somebody say something. Somebody type something in. No buffering here. Mine's fine. Okay. All right. Thanks, you guys. Yeah, that is weird. YouTube is up to its trickery again. Seeing about 34 is the highest temperature there in northern Australia. Perth only making it to 15 or 16. And looks like we are, well, that low. That's pretty nasty. 28, 29 there in Fiji. That's all right. Vanuatu back to pretty much a normal. Still a little bit cool in New Caledonia, but that is okay. Not that cold, so a couple degrees less is not going to kill them. 20, wow, looks like about 28 to about 30 degrees there in the islands for Papua New Guinea, up to 31 on the big island here. And eastern Indonesia, same kind of a thing, up to about 31 degrees. For the looks of what we got there, same thing with some of these other wonderful islands. And we are seeing up to about 28, 29 degrees on Java, even out here in Bali, about 29 degrees. 23 on the other side, 24, so not bad. They got some nice weather there. Awesome stuff. And looking at Sumatra, pretty normal there, 27 degrees, 28 in some places. The other Indonesian islands doing all right, about the same as well. And let's see, Singapore be about 29 right now. Bangkok coming in at 32 degrees, and yep, that's what we see in the entire area. So pretty hot stuff. Still hasn't topped off the Mexican temperature. But let's take a look at what we got here. Manila, we see some 34s, 35s, even a 36 there in the Philippines. So quite warmish for them, and very muggy. Manila, of course, 31, 32 degrees. Bottom end of Taiwan, we see 28. Kagoshima coming in at beautiful 20 right now, so not so bad. And we see the winds pushing up into the Sea of Japan, pushing away that bad cold air. Sapporo 14 degrees, and then of course we see that nasty low there, one sitting on the Kamchatka Peninsula and another one out here. And that is likely, let's see, keeping things cool. Anywhere from, I'd say, down around 1 degree up to about 7 or 8 for the Kamchatka Peninsula. Up in the further northern portions, negative temperatures. Same thing with the higher elevations, of course. Taking a look at India, definitely hotter. We see Sri Lanka, anywhere from about 25 to 28 degrees, 24, 25 in Delhi right now. Jakarta coming in at 28 there. Sliding down, Indonesia looks cooled, but still doing pretty good. Anywhere from about, well, highlands about 9 degrees, all the way up to I guess 25 is about the highest. 26, 27. So they're not bad there. Pretty normal. Cape Town 14, South Africa a little on the cooler side. Southern portions here look a little on the cooler side for sure. You get into the central areas starting to get pretty normal. And now we get into the Sahara Desert, looking at some of the warmer temperatures there. Just scanning to see if we have anything. Looks like about 33 is the highest that I see there in the desert. So that's really not that bad. Looks like it's starting to warm up a little bit there in Morocco. Pretty normal for Canary Islands. Northern portions of Algeria and Tunisia it still has a cold spot in there. Same thing with up in the northern Libyan area. So Cairo only 13, 14 right now. Down here, UAE has got some nicer weather happening, 21 to about 25 degrees right now. We see southern portions of Saudi Arabia coming in at about 29, 30 in some spots. Same thing with Oman, right up in that 28, 29 area. But they do have some 19 degree stuff in there as well. Different elevations, of course. And 28, 29 there in parts of Yemen. The hills are a little cooler. Coastlines a little hotter, up to 30 degrees in some spots. Riyadh coming in at 23. Baghdad about 24. And if we go into Turkey real quick, we see the eastern portion not bad, but we do see some horribly cold temperatures in the central and western portions with a -1 or stuff like that. Adana's still looking at 12 degrees, that's not bad. And Piggy's place is going to be about 14 degrees for Piggy, is what I'm betting. And looks like about 9 degrees in Athens. And if we go over and take a look at Sicily, 13 for Piggy. Okay, well, that's still pretty close. 9 degrees in Redenzo, and that is pretty awesome for Sicily. Coastal regions, of course, starting to get a little bit warmer. It's Catania is about 16 degrees right now, so beautiful stuff. A little bit warmer in the western side. Moving up, looking at Naples, about 15 degrees right there, and Rome is 12, getting all the way up here to Milano. Milano's 14, that's pretty awesome, and looks like the heat is starting to build up there in southern portions of France. And in Spain, wow, warm temps, 21 right now. For a nighttime temperature that hasn't been that high for a long time in Madrid. 18 there in Lisbon, and Aurelio's house about 15 degrees. And looking at the southern portions of France, not bad. We see 18, 17, 18 degrees for nighttime is really good. 11 there in Nantes for Tanto, 11 in Paris. Looking at Munich coming in at 11. That is nice. 11 in Frankfurt. Cologne, 11. Yvonne Kunkel's house, 10. Oh, a few Lux, somewhere between 9 and 10 degrees for Luxembourg. Belgium coming in, Brussels, 10 degrees. Not bad there. And looking at Amsterdam, about 9 degrees right now. Sliding over, having a look at Berlin, 10 degrees in Berlin. We do see a low sitting over top of northern Germany. 8 degrees in Hamburg, and moving up, looking at Copenhagen coming in about 7 degrees. Aarhus about 5 or 6. And Oslo right now showing up as about 3 on this map. And Stockholm about 2 on the map, so that's so-so, I guess. St. Petersburg 3 degrees, and Moscow coming in at about 4 degrees. And you can see they got some warmer patches in there as well, so pretty awesome. Let's look at what is going on with my screen. Let's refresh that and see what the heck it's doing. Okay, there we go. It fixed. That was weird. Anyway, 8 in London. Let's see. Oh yeah, I don't know, something gone wacko with it. 7 in Leeds. Glasgow coming in at 7. Aberdeen about 6. Dublin coming in at about 9, and then over there on the other side for our wonderful Irish monk. He's got about 11 degrees. And I don't understand why the screen is doing what it's doing. I might have to reload that. Let me see if I can get that reloaded in a new window and see if that helps. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Looks like, oh boy, 0 or -1 there. Yeah, that is chilly. Time for some more snow for those guys. Yeah, that low, I don't know, that low needs to move up just a tad bit and pull that warm air up a little bit more. The cutoff line seems to be right in here for the warm air, so hopefully it'll happen. And then, yeah, that low needs to move over a bit more too and let the warmer weather get in there. Anyway, let's switch to precipitation and take a look and see what we've got going on. Snow up in the Alaskan areas. We see the Bering Sea here has got a bunch of snow and rain in the Aleutian Islands. We've got a bunch of rain up here in the Alaskan Panhandle, and then that low system way off in the Pacific yet will likely move eastward. Looks like Alberta and British Columbia pretty clear. Eastern portions of Saskatchewan and western Manitoba are getting some of that rain through there. Seems to me that is where that silly plume was coming down. But the rest looks not too bad. We do see around the Great Lakes, and there's that low in Detroit. Yep, just as what I suspected. So Lake Superior area, storms in that area. Then we go take a look at Lake Michigan, not bad. And then the other ones here, Lake Ontario, Lake Erie, got a bunch of rain. So Toronto and the lower portions of our wonderful Ontario are getting nailed, and looks like some rainstorms in Ohio as well as Pennsylvania and New York, and yeah, a bunch of the small areas here. So definitely nothing up in New Hampshire or Maine, nothing for Sue. So she's doing all right. We do see some snow up in northern portions of Quebec. While we're looking at this, we do see this nasty system off the coast here. Not sure what that is going to end up doing, but it looks like it's there, and it looks like the stuff that's going to come over Grandma B's house is just smaller rain and no big storms. That looks like it's to the east of her and going east, and likely be pulled up there into Baltimore area and Philadelphia. Looking at the coastal area here in Florida, we do see those storms, not really big, but they're there, and a southern part of southeastern part of Atlanta's got some storms happening too. A little bit of stormy action in the Gulf of Mexico as well. And here's exactly where I was saying that air was mixing. So you've got Texas is getting nailed with stuff between San Antonio and Houston all the way across here, and that is going up, and that is going up into Arkansas. Not so much in Oklahoma, but we do see some rain storms there as well. But they're only getting the northern stuff coming down. The mix is happening in this area, so this is where you're going to get the most violent weather for the duration. Little Rock looks like it's still out of it, but they will get some stuff happening there too. Moving down to Central America, we see Mexico a little bit in rain there on the Yucatan, as well as just a bit east of Mexico City. Guatemala definitely getting some rain. Same with Nicaragua, El Salvador, Costa Rica, and then of course in the northern portions of Panama, and then we get into South America, completely different ball game. Rain in the jungles of Colombia and Venezuela and Ecuador and Peru, not so much, but still there. We do still see some rain action or storm stuff in Brazil, off the coast north of Rio de Janeiro, as well as in Brazil itself, and then the western coast for Chile from Santiago on down, and that is pretty nasty, and that will likely move inland and get into Argentina as well. Moving over to New Zealand, there it is. A little bit of rain maybe along the coast here, but doesn't look too bad right now. That high is trying to do its job, but that nasty low was coming. So if you are there, get ready. That storm will come sweep the top end of your wonderful New Zealand's North Island. Looking at Fiji, some storms there, and likely some bad weather in Tonga as well, and those areas. Tasmania is just skirting it, and on the southeast, southwestern side, some rain. Same thing with the southern coastal regions of Australia, nothing major though. Same thing with around Adelaide. And then we see that low, and this whole storm system right through there. You can see that cutoff line. So that is going to drop a bunch of water for them. And looking at what we've got here, I'll keep going there, Sue. Thank you. I didn't even look up. We're just going to keep going, finish it off. Papua New Guinea doing its thing. And looking at, yeah, lots of rain. Lots of rain in eastern portions of Indonesia. We know it's that time of the year. It's going to be all kinds of different storms happening everywhere. Singapore area, as well as Sumatra, lots of rain there. And we are seeing a bunch of rain around Hong Kong and those areas as well. Same thing with the Philippines, southern end of the Japanese islands here, Seoul, Korea, and Sea of Japan, North Korea, and China, all getting some precipitation, heavy storms, and nothing major to report on Kamchatka. Sri Lanka getting some rain. India is getting into rainy season, so they will start seeing more of that. Dry in southern portions of Africa, central portions, the jungly areas are definitely getting some storms, and the Sahara Desert, of course, staying dry. UAE, nothing. Oman, Yemen, very little. And Saudi Arabia, very little. We do see a storm sitting here in central portions of Turkey and eastern Turkey, and then along the coastline, looks like Beirut, and going all the way down to Israel. What is that other country? Syria. There we go. And the occasional lightning pop there over Cyprus. No rain for Piggy, from what I see here. And looks like Italy's pretty dry. Spain has got a few little spots. Same thing with Portugal. And then we get into France. They've got all kinds of rainy stuff in the southeastern area again, mostly. Up in the north and western stuff as just fog, and looks like Switzerland is getting nailed as well, and in the Alps, And then looking at Germany, not bad in southern and central Germany. Eastern Germany, though, definitely getting it from Dresden on up, right up to the, what do they call it? Boy, oh boy. I forgot the island name up there. Darn it! I was trying to be smart, and I forgot. Anyway, that is okay. And the V2 rockets used to be launched from here. Okay, not that you need to know that, but that's where the launch sites are. Anyway, looks like Denmark, no rain right now, but you don't want to go to Norway. Looks like you better have your snow boots if you're going to go there. And northern portions of Norway, of course, as well as Sweden and north central Finland looks pretty nasty. England looking, I don't know that island. Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. Pindamunden, no, hang on, Pindamunden is here. This island here, it's not Stratland. I can't remember what, that's the town here, Stratland. So I have to go take a look at it again. That's okay, I'm not going to worry about it. Looks like foggy in England, and we do see some rain and snow, and just a few patches up in Scotland, some rain on the top end of Wales here. Just a few spots here and there. Same thing with central portions of western side of Ireland. And, well, a couple of rainy spots there in Iceland, but nothing special. So, and some snow up in the northern Canadian areas as well as Greenland. That's it for our weather, you guys. So now is just on to hunt the... I don't do the Baltic area at school. Oh, you didn't? That's okay. It's all right. We'll forgive you. I can't remember. My mother is actually from up there. Well, not on that island. She was on the other one, where Pindamunden is. And anyway, let's see about finding the cold temperature on the planet. The coldest temperature so far, I'm seeing a minus 73 Celsius. We'll probably see something a little colder here if I keep searching. See, there for sure there's a minus 74. So let's zoom into minus 74 and see if we can find anything colder. What happened to my minus 74? It turned into a minus 73. Oh, and there's a 73 again. And yeah, I see minus 73. Do we hear a minus 74? And minus 73 right there, and we got a mess of a thing here. So, oh, there's a minus 75. We have a minus 75 degrees Celsius. 74. I'm looking for a 76. Minus 74, 75, no. So, okay, I had a minus 75 on the screen there, so that is in here somewhere where I had it. We can replay that if we need to, but that is where it is. So I'm calling it a minus 75 degrees Celsius. Lots of small pockets of cold. Yeah, I noticed that, Sue. Lots of them in there. That is odd, but they are there. So interesting. And that is it for today's show. let's get us back over to our wonderful canned lava, and we will do our other things here. It's a tie. Oh, you got minus 75 too, and that is awesome, and that is okay, I guess, for now. And thank you for doing that, Sue. Appreciate it. And I'm going to wrap it up for today, you guys. So awesome. And let's see. I see we're sitting at 93 likes. If anyone hasn't hit that like button, please give it a quick bop now. Help us out. And for those people who haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing. Anyway, I'm going to wrap it up. I want to say a big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, Joseph Fields, Texas, Lucas Snow, Gary, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and possibly Mona Lisa Smiles. And thank you, all the moderators, for being here. A big thank you to Sue for providing the wonderful volcano report and stuff. That is all great, and thanks for sharing, for keeping tabs there. And on that note, we don't have any new members or no super chats at all, so it is what it is for Friday night. And on that friendly note, I'm going to wrap it up with saying my usual thing. Hang on. I want to type in this VolcanoX just so everybody remembers. Thanks, Doc, for a great stream today. You are welcome. And thank you, everyone, for being here. Remember, tomorrow is Saturday. So Saturday, the stream starts earlier. And on that note, it is a time for me to put my final line in there. Good night, everyone. Take care. And the only thing I want to add is please, please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and you've been watching VolcanoX live stream. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night, and oink oink.
you.